It's on Facebook. So that's where I.
I mean, we're respectful. We're right behind the counter handbook, so.
All right, and we are live here at the Rochester Curling Club for the USA Mixed National Championships. It's a beautiful day. We're on Sheet C. This broadcast is brought to you by the 12th End Sports Network, Joe Calabrese and Brian Anderson. And my name's Chris Lindstrom, and I'm here with Dean Gemmel from USA Curling and the Whole Spiel podcast.
Yeah, hi Chris. Glad to be here. I think we have a great final shaping up here between Team Jed Brundidge and Team Caitlin Pulli. Pulli, the local favorite here. Lots of people in the club to watch them. This is their home club in Rochester. And Jed Brundidge and their team just had a terrific semifinal against Evan Workin. Lots of great shot making. Brundidge made some great shots to keep his team in the game early and then to win the game late.
Yeah, and Team Pulli won a tied game going into the eighth end against Team Jukic from Minnesota. Two great games in the semifinals.
Yeah, Team Pulli had to steal the final end to win that game. They were down, trailed most of the game, and clawed their way back and stole when Andy Jukic couldn't quite draw the button with his last. So both teams with kind of grinding games to get here. So, but a nice two-game day. So it should be fresh for now. We also have the bronze medal game going on over in Sheet A. And I think that's available on Facebook Live. Is that right, Chris?
Yeah, Facebook Live on the Rochester Curling Club page. Check that out if you want to watch the game between Team Workin and Team Jukic. So opportunity to watch that. But we do have the championship game here on Sheet C. We are live on YouTube for everybody who's watching. And if you have comments through the game, please let us know. I'll have that up through the game. And you can also hit me up at Stromy on Twitter. So, game started. Team Pulli was the higher seed, the third seed. Team Brundidge was the fourth. So, Team Pulli from New York has the hammer here in the first end.
Yeah, both these teams finished the round robin at 4-3. So, the teams that finished 6-1 and 5-2 are in the semifinal or in the bronze medal game. That's the way curling goes sometimes. The Brundidge rink here, they have two of the youngest players in the competition, May Hagenbaugh and Isabella Hagenbaugh. I believe are 14 and 16 years old. So they are in their first national final.
Yeah, and they've been having a real good run. I've watched the team a few times and been very consistent throughout. And paired with two gentlemen with a wealth of experience playing at nationals, with Jed Brundidge and Rittenhouse there.
Cameron Rittenauer and Jed Brundidge, They played together at the Olympic trials in Omaha last November with their men's team. And, of course, we have the Caitlin Pulli is the skip of Team Pulli. So we have a female skip in the final, which is always a great thing to see. See Jason Scott there just chap off that guard and roll out. So a bit of an opportunity here for Brundidge.
And this team's played in the USA Mixed Finals before, and both Caitlin and Rebecca Andrew have nationals experience as well.
Well, Caitlin was a 2011 national champion, playing third for Patty Lank, so she played at the elite level for a number of years, and on the women's side, and made some big shots at skip for her team to help get them this far. Some big ones for wins. She made a great shot against Jeremy Rowe during the round robin to seal a game. She made two good shots against in the semifinal game. So she's been sharp.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're setting up now. Looks like Team Pulli is sitting second, and it does look like we're starting to set up here. A lot of Team Brundidge stones in play early.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's just Jason Scott just tried that quiet weight hit and chapped off the guard. So now Caitlin will ask Rebecca Andrew to run this Brundidge stone back, get some action on the stones that are in the rings. They were off it early, but now it's starting to curl. It looks like it's going to hit in the low side. They want to make sure they roll that shooter away. So they peel off the guard. Curled a little more than they were expecting. Cameron Rittenauer is a player who started curling later in life as an adult. He was a kicker at Minnesota State, a field goal kicker, had the longest field goal in school history. I typically have said it's the longest field goal in college history, but it's the longest field goal in Minnesota State history. It was 61 yards, so it's also has to be one of the longest in one of the longest in college football history.
You know what, Dean? It just sounds a lot better when you say college history. Whether it's true or not, it sounds good.
Yeah, well, I'll just go with one of the longest. But he's obviously a good athlete, and he's put a lot of time into the game to get to the point he's at. Wasn't that long ago I saw him at the 5 and Under Nationals in outside of Philadelphia. So I think that was 2015. He was still a 5 and Under player. So Rebecca Andrew will try to run this back again.
Yeah, I want to catch this one a bit thicker and try to get some real run back on it, but this one's also curling a good amount. Looks like we're going to get the same result.
It's going to be on the low side here, I think.
Yeah, looks like a similar result. So get a chance for Bella Hagenbaugh to throw that same guard tight to the house.
So the Hagenbaugh sisters play out of the Windy City Curling Club in Chicago. That's their home club. And they'll be at our U21 Junior Nationals starting in Stevens Point, April 23rd. They'll be at that event. And speaking of the 5 and Under that Cameron Rittenauer's played in the past, we'll also have our first official USA Curling 5 and Under Nationals in Los Angeles at the new Southern California Curling Center, May 12th to 15th.
Yeah, saw some amazing footage from that in the run-up to the Olympics. It looks like a beautiful facility.
Yeah, it's a great spot. 6 sheets of ice. We've got 24 teams in the event, so it'll be busy. Looks like now Caitlin's going to try to make a play on the stone that's just outside the top of the forefoot, I think. Can't quite tell from my view, but
yeah, it looks like it's pretty edge to edge with the guard that's up.
There is room here to make a quiet weight double for Jeff Pulli. Pulli, a former golf pro.
And
this is curling early as well, so every outturn they've thrown here has been curling hard early.
And that's all over the guard.
Does hit it thick enough to at least move it, but that was an opportunity to make a play on those Brundidge stones in and around the forefoot area.
Yeah, especially with that little line miss on the last one. This was, and they're hoping to really tie this one on to the line they're hoping to get the first time.
Looks to me as though Brundidge is lying 1 at the moment with the Pulli stone at the back, a second shot.
Yeah, it's about biting half of the forefoot in the back, it looks like.
Yeah, they don't have any idea what you're doing. We have no idea what you guys are doing right now.
And a real nice shot for Bella Hagenbaugh there with her last in the first end.
Now, though, it may give Jeff Pulli an opportunity to make a play on the shot stone with quiet weight.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenging shot if you took that on. It's definitely only partially open, and with the stone that is shot third at the top, hard to get under it.
Well, you wouldn't have to. You could play it really quiet, just move it back.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to, and actually start to build an opportunity to score 2. They're trying to run back again, and I think they're going to hit it on the low side once more and just missed stones in the rings.
Yeah, and that's 4 in a row on those hitting those low side or over curling for what they expected.
Jed Brundidge looking at his situation here. Jed is, we don't have mics on the players, but it really wouldn't matter with Jed Brundidge. He doesn't say a whole lot on the ice.
Yeah, everybody's watching on the stream. They're getting at least an overhead mic.
All right.
Listen to things. We can't hear it in our headphones, but people can hear it out there. So, I'm sure when we get those insistent calls, you're hearing them nice and clear.
But we're not picking up conversations.
No, probably not.
Jed Brundidge, the tuck delivery, taped up corn broom. Jed's grew up playing in Wisconsin.
Yeah, looking to get the Rochester Stone out by catching theirs on the high side. And they did punch it out. Looks like they did go out as well, but now sitting 2.
Not the most aggressive call he could have made there. He could have kept trying to guard and try for a steal. But I think he didn't love the situation enough to do that, and selected at this point to really work towards a force in this end, hold the Pulli team to 1.
Yeah, make it a little bit of a challenging shot at that.
Well, everything should be open for Caitlin Pulli on her last one, but I think Jed thought if he'd hit that a little thinner, could have lay 3. So Caitlin Pulli with her last shot here in this opening end of the Mixed Fours Nationals final.
Oh, first shot.
First shot. Did I say her last shot?
Yeah.
The first shot of the first end. Her opening shot is what I meant to say.
Yeah, and it looks like probably just trying to hit this one nice and not trying to do anything too fancy.
She would like to roll to the wing slightly, but it looks like it's going to be close to nose. Trying to roll it over a little bit. She was hoping that maybe she could make that hit, roll, and make the double. But Brundidge will take on this hit.
And depending on where this rolls, you'll either have a little more, a little less of the forefoot to draw to.
Well, I think in the opening end, facing 2, we'd probably see Caitlin play a hit.
Yeah.
Rather than draw against 2 in the opening end. That's my hunch, unless she feels like she's really has the forefoot. But Brundidge with his last of the opening end.
And just on queen. Oh, starting to push it now. And that one
I think it'll be enough to stick around, but it's close.
Real
stick
close.
around. Looks like not, maybe. Well, it did hang around.
Just barely.
Just biting over there. Oh, now they're looking to see if that red stone is actually second shot. That red stone that was pretty much all but forgotten. If they are thinking it's close and they're going to measure, they're definitely going to hit here. But
yeah, no doubt.
I don't see any reason why Caitlin wouldn't hit here. So she's kind of hit.
Yeah, kind of regardless.
Yeah.
Well, as I'm sure everybody can hear, there's a buzz at the Rochester Curling Club. When we have big shots, you're going to hear the roar of the crowd. I won't say it's a record crowd because we're not counting how many people are here, but I'm sure it is one of the highest attendances we've had for a big game here at the club in a long time.
Well, people are masked, which is good to see. So
absolutely.
Mask requirement in place for our events. Hopefully next year not, but for the time being we have to.
And looks like a nice lightweight hit here for Caitlin Pulli with her skip shot in the first end.
Wrong about board weight, just needs to hit. Stick around now, though. It's not curling quite as they expected. Jason Scott trying to work this over. This is problematic, but it will be enough to stick. And there's stick for at least one. We'll see if they put a stick on those other ones. They're gonna have those are tough ones to decide because they're a long distance apart. I think I think they're gonna call for a measure.
Yeah, best not to look at it too many times. Call for the measure early.
Usually we'll see our chief umpire Keith Scott come out, so it's one for sure for Team Pulli. We'll see if that's a deuce for them. This is Keith Scott. He's out of the North Carolina area, actually, a Triangle Curling Club member.
I was going to say, you're going to see the measurement on the overhead, but I don't think you're going to see any numbers. So we'll see what happens here. Ooh.
Little concerned about. Slide that in. Probably should have done.
Yep.
So, looks like it came out of the pinhole there, so Keith will readjust.
Drama down to the millimeter, Dean.
Yeah, of course, we don't know how close it is, but we'll see by their reactions. Isabella Hagenbaugh will have a look at it with Jeff Pulli. The 2/3. They'll agree on the number. Now we'll swing it all the way around to the other side here. So it'd be a pretty sneaky 2 for Team Pulli, but I think it looks as though it's close. Oh,
and it looks like it is a 2.
I think it is 2 for Pulli with that. So Brundidge with a relatively routine shot to hit and stick and get the force, rolled just a little too far. I hadn't, frankly, even noticed that red stone out on the 12 foot on the other side.
Little sneaky biter there ends up counting as the second shot, giving Team Pulli a 2-0 lead going into the second end. Hammer going to Team Brundidge. Yeah, it's those little stones that can end up changing the whole tenor of the game as you go forward.
Well, it was interesting because Brundidge had control of the end almost the whole way. I'm sure Jed's kicking himself. He may have been just a tiny bit careless with his last throw, and not careless, but maybe just not as focused as he would have liked to have been, and little hit and roll out, or he got fooled by the ice there.
Yeah. No, it's that extra stone that counts with those kind of shots. You know, those can certainly make a difference. We saw tied games on both sheets earlier, and tight games, and grabbing a 2 in the first is huge.
Well, they always say, Chris, you have to score more points than your opponent to win a curling game. So that's really the objective.
That kind of homespun wisdom only can come from the only Dean Gemmell.
That's what I've learned that in my curling career. You really have to score more points. Jason Scott's getting things underway. Caitlin Pulli asked for it in the top of the 4 foot.
Looking real nice.
Now she's out into that 2-0 lead. Just in the button. This is May Hagenbaugh with asked to put up a corner guard.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see a lot of different players here at the Rochester Curling Club, players I haven't seen play before. Been really exciting to see the quality of play from the mixed fours, as you've described in the past, and been very interesting to see everybody here on our club.
Yeah, a lot of good players, and as I've said in other webcasts when I've joined you, Chris, we are grateful at USA Curling for the Rochester Curling Club taking this event on. As I've noted before, it's a difficult year to find host clubs for good reason. Many clubs were trying to come back from a year with COVID, and so the ice time was at a premium. But we do think all our events are a real benefit for clubs, and working with clubs to help make them as profitable as they can be for each club. So Jason Scott has really had terrific draw weight in the games I've seen him playing.
Yeah, he's been seems like he's been very on point through the whole tournament. I think I've seen 3 or 4 of the games, and it's been really consistent all the way through.
Didn't quite cover it though, so May Hagenbaugh has a chance here to make a play on the shot stone.
Yeah, is there a way for clubs to reach out if we have people watching from other clubs around the country if they were interested in hosting events with USA Curling?
Yeah, I will say, Chris, we're going to be looking at our whole event hosting process in this off season. There's things we have basically an entirely new team at USA Curling. CEO Jeff Plush so there are things we need to improve in our hosting process, including the bid process. So look for that coming shortly. We're just trying to, quite frankly, get through these championships. We also had a very compressed championship season with the COVID variant in January, forcing a lot of our events into the same March-April time frame. So this is curling hard. Can they get it by? Just wrecks.
Yeah, it was a nice sweep from Jeff Pulli there, trying to get that past. Just caught the guard.
Did Jeff catch that with his foot? Is that what they're discussing?
It does look like that. It didn't seem like that was going to roll much more based on what I saw, but must have caught him just a little bit.
Well, they're discussing it now, trying to figure out where they might place that stone.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at it.
And we watch it on the replay right in front of us here, but no, we missed it. Oh, so they're going to move it over. They think it would have gone further.
Yeah, I mean, if it does catch somebody's foot, and you don't have, that is the other team's prerogative if they want to move it to where they think it would have ended up.
Yeah, and it was. I'm sure Jed doesn't love being in that situation, but you're not. It is difficult sometimes. I'm not sure how far it would have rolled, but you also don't want to shortchange yourself. So I don't think it'll make a huge difference.
No, likely not. And it is a tough position. We've seen that in large competitions, and even saw that in the last U.S. Nationals. A little bit of controversy where teams are trying to decide what the right thing to do is in certain situations.
I mean, the reality is the non-offending team actually has the right there to remove that stone.
Absolutely.
But the spirit of the game dictates that that's not something you do. So Cameron Rittenauer slips deep with his attempted draw around the corner guard.
Yeah, it gives Rebecca Andrew a chance to try a double here, a little bit of a angle double.
I think try for the double, but also important to save your shooter. That might be objective number one. If you hit and roll out here, they gives Brundidge another chance to go behind those corner guards.
On it all the way. Real close. Caught it over the top.
Does make the double. But now Brundidge will go behind these corner guards, and that stone that hung around behind the 12-foot could be problematic, creating a jam possibility back there. But double made, good throw. Cameron Rittenauer now try the in-turn come around.
May and Bella Hagenbach following this one, calling it a little bit heavy.
Haven't touched it yet. They're trying to decide. I don't think they're going to get to that other blue stone back there. They're trying to work it over now. We'll settle in at the back.
So we'll be shot. At least a chunk buried there.
Yeah, and that, like I said, that stone that's not in the rings, but just behind it, behind that stone, makes it difficult to remove. So Caitlin is going to ask Jeff Pulli, her husband, to play this draw.
Yeah, it does look like that is about half open going this way. So
I like the draw here. You play the draw, you can make this well, you eliminate it. This looks like it has some pace from here, but now they're sweeping hard for line.
And here it goes. If they get it past, this is definitely going to get to the face. And it does.
Good shot by Jeff Pulli.
Yeah, right back line weight, got it right on the nose and tapped it out of play.
Some supporters here in the club like that, but now Brundidge will try to answer with another freeze. So no real advantage at this point to either team. Perhaps Brundidge still in a better position with the corner guards up.
Yeah, it gives a chance to sit anywhere from nose to the inside.
This rock, they haven't swept this at all. It looks probably going to bounce here, I would think.
That is.
It bounces.
They will be shot.
So Caitlin Pulli will have to make a play on it, I imagine, or she might just draw. Could draw. No, they like the draw. If you do play the hit, you'd have to hit and roll towards the center line. Yeah, there you go. Just like that, as Caitlin illustrates it.
So what would your preference be there, Dean? I kind of like the hit to the center.
Well, I mean, yeah, the hit to the center, as long as you don't group the stones back there, hit and roll across. I imagine if you do that, Brundidge still plays the come around, and does that pretty comfortably. So Caitlin's thinking here, I think, is let's beat them in here with a good shot. But I think either call you can make a case for either call.
Yeah, we talk about that a lot in the center, getting into the 4-foot first, but we're kind of dealing with the same thing here.
Yeah, and if you're Brundidge, you're not too concerned about, the other team without last rock drawing behind corner guards. It looks like now, though, they're going to play it as a straight hit, even though maybe Jeff called his own shot.
And it looks like
what they don't want to do is just be on nose, but
we are going to get the little bump, yeah.
So they discussed a lot the freeze and over the hit, and then they ended up playing a hit. There's a chance here for Hagenbach to certainly make a good hit and roll. There's a couple different ways to make it as well. She can hit it a little thick and roll onto the corner. She can hit it thin, make the double. She might be able to hit it semi-thick and roll up and under the corner guards.
Yeah, anything on the low side of the stone is what Bella Hagenbach is shooting for here.
It's close. Rittenauer's on it now, trying to hold the line a little bit. Now he's off it.
Moving great and a nice
and there
roll.
You go. So the roll to lie on the corner forces Caitlin Pulli to make a good shot here.
And from our vantage point here, see how open that is. So that's that's at least half open right now. So you could try to take that on with a little weight like they've been doing with that backline weight, but I think they're just going for the straight draw.
Yeah, the concern with half open, it's also on a pretty good angle with the Pulli redstone. It would be easy to jam it.
Absolutely.
Start to bring a 3 into play if you're not careful. So draws the call.
Is there a strategy that says, okay, let's give them one?
Haven't swept it at all for weight. Now it's a question of hoping to make it curl a bit here.
And it's starting to go a little bit.
They can bump it a bit as long as they stay on the right side of it. And that's a good shot.
And they do. Very nice. So Caitlin Pulli with the little bump sitting shot in the corner. And Team Brundidge is sitting second, but at this point, pretty much any contact that's made on that's going to go right against that stone.
Yeah, this is, Jed here he's going to play the same, another freeze back and hope to get a miss out of Caitlin on her last and have a shot at 2.
Yeah, first shot for Jed Brundidge here. Looking to sit shot on the corner of the stone.
The weight is close. The question is, with a little less weight, is it going to over curl? You need to stay on the high side of it.
It's been
Jed's
swinging.
Tracking it.
Been swinging
Can't bounce
real nice
either.
to the
You don't
corner.
want to bounce off the. And he will stay shot stone. So we'll see one more freeze here. It's a battle of freezes. Key thing here, stay on the right side of the stone, the high side.
Yeah, I think that's this will be what, 4 shots in a row, exactly the same call basically for each team.
Yeah, it's been they've been working their way up from the back of the rings.
Yeah, this is nice little opportunity here. Caitlin Pulli just threw this, needs to take just a hair off of it on weight and sit on the high side of that stone.
Well, she can't afford to bump it a little bit if the angle is right, but she just needs to make it difficult for Brundidge to remove.
On this one all the way.
This rock started curling early.
It does look light, and it is curling heavy.
Curl early and leave Brundidge a draw for 2. So,
yeah, I think overall the weight was really nice, but that curled pretty much right away.
Started curling out of Caitlin's hand. She might have been a little soft with the release. That's what they seem to be talking about. I think the weight was close. Just a little soft out of her hand. Started curling earlier than every other shot down that path. Brundidge now needs to touch, well, he needs full 8 foot. Full 8 foot to score 2.
Last shot in the second end.
Rittenauer with a broom down. He hasn't really gone hard yet. Now it's starting to curl. The weight should come off as it starts to curl. Looks pretty good. Checking up a little bit, but they should be fine.
Ooh, that's real close. And they did get it. So that's going to be a draw for 2 for Jed Brundidge here in the second, tying the game 2-2. Team Pulli will have the hammer in the third end.
So the Hagenbach sisters, the Hagenbach sisters, have their mom here as a coach. So they are chaperoned by their mom and coached by their mom here at the event.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick update for everybody over on Sheet A, which you should be able to catch on the Rochester Curling Club Facebook page if you would like to watch the bronze medal game. So that's Team Evan Workin and Team Andy Jukic. And right now it is tied 1-1 with Team Workin with the hammer in the third end.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier about how the Jukic looks as though he is throwing last rock, but also Sarah Lehman, who injured herself earlier in the event, seems to be calling the game. So that's unfortunate that she her injury's that challenging. So she's calling the game, and oh no, she's actually sweeping there now. So I don't quite understand. But I saw her in the rings earlier.
Yeah, we'll have to. Maybe we'll take a look at that later on. So, nice guard from May Hagenbach with her first. And starting off the third end here on Sheet C at the Rochester Curling Club.
OFC Creation.
Jason Scott looks a little tight to the guard here. And light, I believe. But he might, unless he gets this tick, maybe they're playing the tick. I didn't see the call. If they were, good shot.
Yeah.
Looked like the come around out of his hand, but it may have been the tick, and if it was, good result. I was trying to figure out the Jukic order over there.
Yeah.
Might have just been a case of Andy Jukic going, stepping off the ice for a moment and then brushing one. All right, back to our feature game, though. This is May Hagenbach.
Yeah, and that one bumped off the center line, so now trying to go underneath that offset guard a little bit. Trying to go into the 4 foot. And nice line. And a real nice shot for May Hagenbaugh. Nice pair there.
Yeah, buried in the top of the 8-foot. Might be available with the outturn. Quiet weight. Don't have to remove this one yet either, so they're looking to move it and roll towards their corner, under their corner guard.
And based on the line, real delicate weight. And on this one early.
That's on the guard. Now it's a question of what can they do with it. Bounce it so that they open things up a bit, which it looks like they're going to do.
Question is, does it bounce out of play? And it looks like it won't.
So pro side miss. Does push another Brundidge stone into the rings, but
nice weight control on that, so even with the tick, it didn't go out of play. So guard call for Cam Rittenauer. Yeah, interesting little setup with the two Rochester stones offset to the right. Opportunities for runbacks or taps later if you needed them.
Well, Rittenauer's guard over curls here. They're going to take on this peel and hope to get some action in the rings. They could. The Brundidge stone that's in the rings is certainly available if Team Pulli wanted to hit that and roll to the wing, but they'll play this run back, peel, try to clean things up. Want to get some action on at least two of these. Ooh.
Yeah, and overrolled in just covering the edge of the 4-foot. I would love that to roll a little bit more with that miss. Looks like we do have a question on the YouTube stream. I think this is a good one to talk about for a second. Difference between high side and low side when you're going after a stone. We've been talking about it a lot so far.
We've been saying that, and people. Well, high side is the side is it's curling into the stone. Low side would be crossing the face of a stone. So typically, we use that when talking about takeouts. High side coming into the stone. Low side crossing the face of it. Brooklyn side sometimes we call the low side if you don't want to be hitting on the low side.
Yeah, a little bit different. So we have airport weight here if somebody's throwing big weight. It goes all the way to the airport, right from the ice.
Airport across the street basically here, sort of. But yeah, that's the... So airport weight here at the Rochester Curling Club, that's your max peel weight?
Yeah, absolutely. And we actually have a supporter of Team Brundidge from the Bahamas chiming in. International reach, Dean. International reach. So going for a double here for Rebecca Andrew. Trying to catch this.
Almost wants to hit it right in the middle here, but...
Ooh, that's falling out. This will be very interesting where these all end up.
Good shot, actually. Spins, gets rid of everything in front, and spins her own in to be second shot, or maybe shot.
Yeah, and I can't. It looks like the stone in the back is still in play as well.
Yeah, so Brundidge I think lies either 1-3-4 or 2-3-4, but great throw by Rebecca Andrew. Really cleaned that situation up. And now with that Pulli stone in the rings, Jed's going to make a play on it. They'll talk maybe about ignoring it, but certainly be aggressive to ignore it. They're going to hit this in lie 4, but with nothing really behind cover.
Yeah, because shot stone, depending on where this roll is, will end up being the stone just on the intern side of the center line.
They're off this early. It's curling a bit now. I don't think they're going to roll to the wing. They might roll under.
It is going to roll towards the center. And they are going to try to hit the to take both of these out. Looks like they're trying to decide which stone they wanted to hit first.
These are always the doubles that look easier than they actually are. You have to really hit one of them thin anyways. You can hit either one thin here.
Yeah, the margin for error is actually pretty small for those tight ones like that.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of have to think you're just trying to throw it through the hole, and there is no hole, so. But you have to hit one of them at least pretty thin.
And looking pretty decent to start. Rebecca Andrew on this one hard for line.
It's close to really good.
And it is.
So there's the double, but the problem is he spun up and out. He would have loved to have stuck his shooter, but still, good situation for Team Pulli after not such a great situation earlier. No guards up in front.
But that will leave right now Team Brundidge sitting 2 with a chance to put another one in play here.
Brundidge will draw to lie 3, but this end seems to be on its way towards a force. Score of 1 for Team Pulli, but we'll see if they can manufacture something here.
Yeah, the call was to the top of the house, but this one's going all the way into the 4-foot.
That said, the mistake there, of course, would be to leave it short of the rings.
Absolutely.
So being about 2 feet deeper than they planned is certainly not a problem.
Yeah, and the call here, doing a little roll towards the corner, looking for about 5 feet of roll all the way to the corner here.
Yeah, it's a big roll. These are tough.
Yeah, this game and I think one of the couple of the other games we've watched been struggling with some of the rolls. Been over-rolling in a lot of those instances.
It's close. Can they get it over there? Really good effort.
Oh, it's looking great.
Really good effort by Jeff Pulli there. He's not fully buried, but he's better than edge to edge. And tricky now for Jed Brundidge as well. He's throwing the out turn away from the center line. So great shot by Jeff Pulli to get that roll.
Yeah, well called, well swept all the way down. Yeah, so nice delicate weight shot here.
Yeah, quiet weight to make for Brundidge. I think he's going to try to move it, not just freeze. A lot of ice, though. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, but I think he's going to try to move it.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's somewhere in that back line weight range.
Trouble is, what he doesn't want to do is hit and roll to a place that Caitlin Pulli can use it on her first as well. So now
going for the push. This one's running real straight.
It's always tricky when you have to throw that shot towards the wing, inside out.
Yeah,
and there you go. One good shot by Jeff Pulli, and now there's an opportunity for Team Pulli to score a relatively straightforward 2.
Drawn to the open side. You want to get at least to the edge of the 4-foot line, even with the other stone.
Yeah, they can be even. They can, if they're going to make a mistake here, they'd probably want to be a fraction deeper than the tee line. Either way, you'll probably see Jed Brundidge throw something hard and try to go across the house, but if they're dead flat, he's not going to have many options for that. If this is made, though, Brundidge is probably just going to have to make a hit to concede to.
Yeah, not many more options if it's where we were just calling it.
Caitlin Pulli. This team seemed to start the week well, had a bit of a slow period midweek, and then has found their game again. So trying to get it right to Jeff Pulli's broom. They're going hard to get it deep enough. They don't want to leave this high.
Yeah, with the upweight ability of Jed Brundidge, you definitely want to make sure there's not an easy double in play.
Pretty good. I mean, there's no easy double, but just the big roll. You might be able to make this big roll and get under there. It's certainly a tough shot.
Yeah, it does appear to be just high.
Not much, pretty flat, but if it'd been another foot, then this might not even be an option.
Yeah, I mean that is a huge roll.
Well, Jed can throw it hard, so he'll throw this hard, try to hit it relatively thick, and get that big roll.
6 foot roll.
Brundidge, this will, as I said, have some pace.
Missile on the way from Jed Brundidge.
It's close.
Real close. Going to catch on the outside and roll out.
Oh, no, it actually overcurled. Couldn't see it for a moment. It was blocked there by Cameron Rittenauer. I thought they were closer to that than they were. So, one good shot by Jeff Pulli. That big hit and roll behind the corner guard made it tough for Jed Brundidge, throwing in an area of the ice they hadn't really seen. And now, Caitlin Pulli with a free draw for 2. Just needs to touch the 8 foot. Even full 12 foot, I think, does it.
Yeah, it does look that way. Yeah, those 2 Brundidge stones on the edges didn't end up being consequential. Give this one to the sweepers.
So they're just cleaning it early. They think it's close. All the weight should come off as it starts to curl here. It's running. Oh, it picked.
Oh, it curled hard.
No, it picked. Yeah, definitely.
Hoping to recover.
Now can they get it there? I think they did.
Wow. And great awareness by the sweepers to catch that pick and sweep it hard as soon as they could.
Well, it's pretty obvious picked, so they realize it picked. They were cleaning it, so sometimes as a brusher you have to be careful even when you're cleaning to make sure you're not putting something in front of the stone. But yeah, they're cleaning now. They're all will all furiously clean that area again. But glad to see that a pick didn't cost them a point, because she had the shot made, but
yeah, absolutely,
that would have been one of those really untimely picks.
Yeah, well, we start off the game with 3 2s in a row. So Team Pulli up now 4-2 over Team Brundidge. Brundidge with the hammer in the 4th.
Yeah, trading deuces here. So interesting game so far. Just each end with a couple of good shots to help each team generate their 2.
Yeah, and a quick update for everybody over on Sheet A. Team Workin took a 2 in the 3rd and is now up 3-1 over Team Jukic. Jukic with the hammer in the 4th. And they're running about a half an end ahead of us over there, so they're most of the way through the 4th end.
Jason Scott will get things underway here in the 4th end. 8 end games at the mixed 4s, so we're approaching the midway point.
Yeah, another comment coming in from one of the Rochester Curling Club members, asking about the origin of the terms intern and outturn.
That's a good question. I don't know if I have the answer for that, Chris. The reality is you could make a case for, we call it the intern and the outturn. You could easily say the other one's the intern and the other.
Yeah.
The intern's the outturn and the outturn's the intern. So I'm not exactly sure what the origins were. Perhaps, usually when I teach brand new curlers, I just teach them clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah.
I don't bother trying to explain the intern and the outturn.
The way I always learned it was when your elbow turns into your body, that's your intern, and out, it would be the outturn.
Well, a little trick here that I think we should do at all curling clubs: stop teaching new curlers turn signals. Most of the time, our ice is good enough. There's not negative ice. You do need to know turn signals eventually if it's a straight spot.
Yeah.
But curlers will understand the game more if they aren't trying to figure out if it's an in-turn or an out-turn and just throwing it that way. If they understand how the rock actually travels down the ice, they'll become better curlers faster. So stop teaching hand signals.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing is curling is kind of thick with terminology. I mean, it comes naturally after a lot of time on the ice, and keeping the game universal to everybody as people join in doesn't make it a little more approachable.
People will become a better curler faster once they understand how rocks move, instead of just sweeping this one hard to try to get a piece. I think it does get a piece. It's not going to stick around. Caitlin didn't want it to stick around. Yeah, I mean, I think you just want curlers to know how rocks react on ice, and they'll become better curlers that way. There's a great quote from, I say it a lot actually, but Randy Furby was playing somewhere with someone in a cash bill years ago, and he told the player to stop hitting the broom and start making shots. So you have to have an understanding of shot making to be a good curler.
Yeah, it's one of the things when I really enjoy working with new curlers around the club when I get the chance, and you can always tell people are good shot makers. They're just making things happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody has to be aware of what the ice is doing and how you can throw shots. When you play certain spots, you have to know that, well, I can be a little bit narrow in this spot and still make the shot, or I can be a little bit wide in this spot and make the shot. So all those things should factor into whatever you're throwing.
Yeah, and I always that was one of the teams I grew up watching, was the Furby team. That was one of the first ones I watched on TV.
Sure, early 2000s, they were one of the dominant teams, one of. Rebecca Andrew, they're on this hard, trying to save the shooter here. That curled a little more than they expected as well. I don't know if they're just getting a little more curl away from that center board area that you have here at the Rochester Club.
Yeah, it does look that way. Both Rebecca Andrew and Jason Scott both had similar results there.
I think Jason got his going a little bit, but Rebecca's throw looked cleaner.
Yeah, trying to put up this corner, very late corner guard.
They've tried for it a few times and slipped in the ring, so now he's asking Cameron Rittenauer to put it up. Delayed corner, some people call this.
A little more delayed. And just going to simplify this and peel that new corner.
So the inside-out intern peel. That's one thing the 5-rock rules changed a little bit. As a second, you used to throw this a lot. You still throw it quite a bit, but not as much as seconds once did.
And now on it.
I think it should be close.
And it looks like it is going to peel nicely. Caught it thick, but enough rotation. Wait to roll out to the side.
Well done. Rebecca Andrew throws big weight easily, so she's a good thrower of up weight. Impressive.
Yeah, that she does, and the rotation makes the rock spring really nicely off as well.
Cameron Rittenauer will try to replace that corner guard.
So the ones that don't really play hockey, everyone knows how to skate.
So the corner goad goes up, and I imagine Caitlin Pulli will rush up to peel it, as she does. She does.
Yeah, and we'll probably see this at least. We might see this one more time. And as we go into these repetition shots, with this event, we delayed our club playoffs until next week, and we have double headers coming up in the following week, which is very exciting.
This has to curl a bit to catch a piece.
And it does, but it's going to take theirs out, roll to the back corner.
I think we're safe to say we're maybe heading towards a blank here at this point. Jed will freeze here, but blank is certainly the prediction I would make.
Yeah, and with it at the top of the house, it was very, very straightforward. Jed trying to see if they can, generate a little offense here with a really nice freeze. Bella Hagenbaugh's first shot here.
I think they're sweeping primarily for line here. It's close to really good.
And the weight's looking beautiful.
Locks it on. Great shot. Single rock freeze right on it. I mean, that should go. with peel weight, but it's well frozen. Good shot from Isabella Hagenbaugh.
Yeah, and Jeff's gonna pull out the heavyweight here and try to spring that out to the side.
Try to hit it as thin as they can, spill everything. Now Jason Scott trying to work it over to pick it. There you go, well done. Jeff Pulli playing well so far in this game.
Nicely managed shot, and the team seems to be on that line going to the outside. So I think your prediction is looking to come true here, Dean. This is definitely edging towards a blank.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Jed Brundidge, that's your plan. You're thinking, he's not putting up any more corner guards. He's going to bring rocks into the rings and play for the blank and take last rock into the fifth end and try to generate two in that end.
We'll switch sides of the ice here and see if you can grab a little bit of luck or see a couple different lines.
It's a good spot for that. When you are trying to blank, it's actually can be helpful to put it towards the back of the ring and make the skips shot for the blank as easy as possible. Shortest distance to roll. Out. We saw a missed blank in the 11:30 game.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it does come into play at all different levels. In the World Championships, we saw a missed blank in the championship event between Team Gushu and Team Adine even. But just trying to take this stone out. With Caitlin Pulli's first here in the fourth end.
Looks like she's doing a bit of a reset in the hack. Something happened, but she's resetting. We're going to get a good look at her coming right at us here. Looks like a good throw.
Yep. Rebecca Andrew on it to hold the line.
Curling a little more than they might have expected, but certainly contact will be made. Yeah, now Jeff Pulli might want to make sure that gets right out. She does. Brundidge trying to decide where to put this one. He's going to send it out to the wing.
Kind of personal choice at this point where you want to throw your peel to end off the end.
Yeah, and I think myself, I like to have the shortest roll I can get, so I'd go to the wing in the back, but make it a tiny bit easier.
Yeah, Jed Brundidge's first stone here in the fourth, drawn to the corner of the sheet.
Rittenauer just guiding this one in. It should be fine.
Yeah, right to the corner of the 8-foot. And Caitlin Pulli taking on pretty much the same shot she shot last time. Wants to hit this one and force Brundidge to make that play.
Cam Rittenauer sort of takes the lead on sweeping with Bella Hagenbaugh, which kind of makes sense. I think he probably outweighs her by about 80 pounds. Bigger guy, former football player. Impressive run for these two young kids, though.
Absolutely.
In the final. And they have seemed nonplussed by everything. They haven't shown a hint of nerves or anything else.
No, remarkably consistent through the whole event. Been very impressed watching them play.
This looks like it's going to hit and roll out, so Brundidge will have the free pass for the blank.
Looks like he's going to test out maybe that same line.
Well, it's going to put it there. You might want to see what this does with an inside-out hit.
And with that shot, I believe it's going to go through the house, Dean.
Yeah, he's actually going to throw the intern here to see what that does.
And we are going to have a blank here in the fourth end. Going to go into the fourth end break with Team Pulli up 4-2 over Team Brundidge. Brundidge will have the hammer in the fifth. And we are going to take a brief break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
We're back here with the fifth end, well-played game, championship final, 2022 USA Curling Mixed Fours Nationals. Team Brundidge representing Illinois taking on Team Pulli representing New York. And been a fun game so far, and a couple good shots every end that determine the outcome. A couple big shots each end. Nice hit and roll by Jeff Pulli in the third end to help his team get 2. Lots of good play, and it's been a fun game to watch. Lots of crowd behind us here in the Rochester Curling Club.
Yeah, the crowd is primed for a big shot here coming up. I'm sure we're going to, sometime during the rest of the game. We have had a lot of, repetition in the ends and haven't had a lot of changes. It has been very well played, but hasn't been, wildly exciting yet.
Not a ton of rocks in play. That's fair to say. Jason Scott with his second stone of this fifth end.
Yeah, looking real nice on the way down. A little roll to the outside.
We'll hit and roll open. It looks as though Brundidge is going to ignore that stone for the moment and ask May Hagenbaugh to come around the center line guard, the guard that's just off center line.
Yeah, speaking of stones in play, ignoring this one and putting another one in.
Well, he was pretty committed to the blank midway through the last end, so he's trying to force the issue a little more here. Schrock has some curling to do, though. Cam Rittenauer is going to get on it, try to take it as far as he can, work it over a little bit. So behind the tee line, but partially buried.
So when you were playing more competitively, Dean, did you tend to prefer playing in more open style or play more stones in play?
Well, the team I did the best with when I played with Heath McCormick, we played with a lot of stones in play, and we weren't known as a terrific defensive team, so we weren't exactly great at protecting leads, but we were pretty good at building them. So yeah, I'd rather play with a lot of stones in play, but the game is different from 2012, quite a bit different. This is going to go through though. That's a miss.
Yeah, that one ended up a little bit straighter, maybe a hair overthrown. And
yeah, I think a little more weight than Caitlin was expecting, and it never really moved. So now a good chance here for Rittenauer.
Trying to get maybe a little roll and sit 2 on the center line would kind of be the goal here.
Well, I think he's ignoring that stone again. He's going to try the draw. If he puts this draw in the full 4 foot in front of the tee, it's definitely command position for Brundidge.
Yeah, working on
a little bit for line. They want this to slow down now.
Line turning out real nice.
Now it's a question of whether it slows down, slips a little further than they would like, a little deeper.
Given a pocket there right around the button.
Caitlin Pulli will ask Rebecca Andrew to come into that pocket and take those 2 stones off the table for Brundidge in some ways.
Yeah, if you get a chance to lock one in, really pushes towards a force, depending on how well you can weld it in there.
Yeah, there's still a lot of rocks to play. There's chances for runbacks, and there is also the red stone that's belonging to Team Pulli that's touching the 4 foot on the left side as we look at it. There might be some kind of double available with that at some point as well.
And this one's running a bit heavy as well. Going to get a bounce on this.
Now, how aggressive will Brundidge be here?
Very aggressive is what we're going to say.
Yeah, I like this call. You could play a hit, but so he's going to bring another one in, try to make this shot a little bit better than they did with the last.
So going to leave both Rochester stones in play and try to draw undercover. And running real straight. This one looks to be quite heavy.
Heavy, and now they're probably just playing it on top of that red stone, belonging to Pulli that just ended up there, which
gets a little bounce and is now open.
Now there's a Great Barrier Reef in the back there, so...
Yeah, the last pocket we were talking about was a little bit staggered. Now this is basically a flat pocket right behind the button.
So make a good freeze here. It's tough to get out. They Cameron Rittenauer knows the mistake there was to be heavy, and he was. He's not happy with himself, but Pulli now with a chance to claw this end back.
Looks like they're tightening up the line a bit as well.
Well, they've certainly had a few rocks down this path, haven't curled as much as either team expected. This is moving, though. They don't want to wreck here.
And they will. Bit of an over-adjustment there, unfortunately. Now opening up the center. Yep, and Brundidge is going to try to do that again and go undercover and take away the button. So big shot for Bella Hagenbaugh. A lot of stones in play, but really none above the tee line. You know, maybe only the one stone on the 8-foot.
So they're on this one, just not too much here. Both teams have been a little heavy on every shot this end.
Yeah,
now they're hoping this one curls enough. It's suddenly not curling. There seems to be a spot here where it will curl.
Well, you know, Dean, we did see this. We saw this earlier and last night after mopping in the in-between end break. Stones are tending to go a little bit faster.
Usually what happens, players have to learn to adjust to that. The mop does seem to quicken it up a bit, usually. Now, though, Caitlin Pulli will ask Jeff Pulli to play a hit on this stone.
Looks like there is a little bit of gap if you catch it on the low side and roll under. Get a chance to move a couple stones.
I think they're hitting it on the high side, try to spill a couple blue stones. Now they're trying to work it over. They might just end up dead nose, which might not be terrible either.
Oh, very nice.
So got rid of a blue stone in the back and left their shooter in a spot that makes it tough to remove.
Yeah, there is a small little window there that you could punch it through, and looks like it might be a lightweight, maybe a tap back.
Yeah, you certainly punch it through. You do. Brundidge will have his other blue stone almost welded on a Pulli stone. I think he'll probably try to punch this through. He doesn't have to punch it out, but he...
Looks like he was toying with the tap to the back 4.
Yeah, a tap to probably the back 8, or he'd like to lie. He could lie 3, I think, after this. I can't tell. I can't see well enough.
Yeah, they've really tightened the ice up on these as well.
It's like she's going to throw it. He was motioning, just move it through to the back, sort of space weight, we might call it, but this might be a little more than that, but it's curling hard, so.
It's definitely going to catch low. And it's going to wedge the Rochester stone in. And it looks like, Rochester's definitely sitting shot, it looks like. It's hard to tell.
Well, I think they're shot, and Caitlin's thought is to freeze down to this other blue stone, lie 2. Brundidge playing this end aggressively, going on the offense, and had opportunities, but couldn't quite execute the right shots here.
Yeah, it looks like just going for the freeze.
Important to lie 2. That's what's most important here. Make sure you lie 2 when you're done. Do have to be careful they don't leave some kind of easy double.
Benefit of not moving that stone back is it harder to remove. Yeah, just adding a little bit of line here. See, both teams are working around that right now.
Caitlin Pulli, big draw here. In a good position. Good position to steal at this point.
I really want this one to curl and be on the inside or on
really
the nose.
Struggling with this. I think it's so weight sensitive here. If it's a little
starting to curl after the haul line.
Starting to try to work its way over. She needs to rub and roll on top. It's pretty good results.
Yeah, and it does. And they're sitting shot on the corner of the Brundidge stone.
Welded in a spot that it's not going anywhere without removing the Brundidge stone as well.
And based on the overhead camera, it looks like both the Pulli and Brundidge stones are right at the edge of the forefoot. I can't tell from the overhead which one shot. I think it might be the Rochester stone, but it's very close.
Yeah, I can't tell either from here, but...
my guess is they'll probably, if that ended up staying, that would be a measure, but I'd imagine that's not going to happen. So what's the call here, Dean? Is this a hit on that stone real high and try to move that one?
Yeah, I think it's up weight, try to hit and roll across and jostle that other red stone. The angle on that other red stone is definitely working in Team Pulli's favor here.
Yeah, and the stone that Jed Brundidge is going after is lower than the stone he wants to hit after. It's the only way this can really work.
Thinks that he throws it. Oh, he might be trying to come off those other ones. He could do that too.
And
Lots
he does. Moves a chunk of stones.
Good shot, but certainly Caitlin Pulli can now hit and lie 4.
Does look like at least 3, and probably. That looks like
at least 3. Yeah, 3.
Need to catch this just on the high side, and that'll leave 2 stones grouped together and a draw to the forefoot. Really draw to part of the button for Jed Brundidge with his last.
If she hits dead nose, I don't know what Brundidge has left.
Yeah, you could draw the other way.
He might be forced to play some kind of double to score.
Yeah, the doubles there are, depending on where it ends up, maybe a little hit and roll. But big shot here for Caitlin Pulli. Needs to catch this nose or just on the high side. And Rebecca Eininger on it all the way.
Off now. May have jumped it a little early, trying to make sure they're conservative with it.
Punches it through, simplifying this shot for Jed Brundidge.
Brundidge doesn't see a shot for 2. I don't think there is one.
No, he's hunting for it. Shot stone is lower than the stone on the outturn side here, but I don't think you can get it thin enough to do that at the kind of weight. So he's just going to go for the simple hit. Nose or low side will do it.
Yeah, he can roll a little bit inside and be shot. Might have to roll a little bit to make sure he's shot.
Yeah, there's a Pulli stone on the other edge of the forefoot that's half in. Looks like nose will do it.
Jed Brundidge, last shot, 5th end, trying to hit and stick for 1.
Nicely played end for Team Pulli so far.
And now we're on it early. Now he's going to switch to try to make it curl. It looks like it does have to come up a little bit. I think it's going to be okay, though.
Right on the nose, so that'll be a 1 for Team Brundidge in the 5th end. going to be a score of 4-3 with Team Pulli going into the sixth end, hammering the sixth. Pretty advantageous position for Team Pulli, up 1.
Yeah, up 1 with hammer and 6 and 8 now, so they're in a good position. But we've seen Brundidge came back in the semifinal, was down 3-0 and scored 4 consecutive unanswered points, so they can generate steals.
Yeah, we saw a lot of precision in that game that was next to the game we were calling earlier in the semis. It was a very high precision game they started to throw in the second half, and took some very difficult ends over Team Workin in that game.
Yeah, both teams played really well. I mean, Team Workin made about a gazillion runbacks. The kind of runbacks, you make that many, usually you think you're going to win the game. They made a lot of them, but just not quite enough of them. Brundidge will ask for centerline guard here.
Yeah, May Hagenbaugh with the starting off the sixth end for Team Brundidge.
Well, gets almost to the center line.
Yeah, so focus here just on clean execution for both teams. Trying to make some good positions early on in the end for Team Brundidge. Trying to, definitely go to a force or.
Looks like Caitlin Pulli is going to ask Jason Scott to take on this tick. Up 1 here. Important for them. Their main objective here: make sure you score in 6, even if they just score a single point. They definitely want to make sure they score. This ruck's curling early.
Jeff's on it all the way.
No, now it's better. It's close. Now, how much weight is on that? I think they're going to get that to the sideboards.
It is going to go all the way and going to be put back. Yeah, a little bit heavy on that and caught a little thick, so that one will go out. Gets replaced. Giving May Hagenbaugh a chance to draw underneath with their second shot.
Well, Skip's having a lot of conversation in a good way.
Yeah, it seems to be good spirits all around in this competition, Dean.
Yeah, I mean, our mixed fours is known for that. It's a little bit competitive, but also maybe an opportunity for teams to get to know each other a little better. It's a little more social, but also marked by some really great curling. So
absolutely, yeah. And this one was finished just outside and leaves this one open for Jason Scott to try and get a little bit of a hit here.
Yeah, they needed that to curl more than it did. Weight was close, just didn't get behind the guard. So Jason Scott will try to hit and roll open. Might have a little more weight here than they were planning. Rebecca Andrew trying to carve this one over.
And it will roll out. So we're going to see a repeat call here and giving Cam Rittenauer a chance to draw into the 4-foot.
Rittenauer, the intern draw.
A lot of communication going down on these shots. Seems like both teams are doing a good job communicating weight and communicating all the way down the ice, which I always appreciate as playing a lot of skip. It's always useful to get good communication from your front end.
Yeah, I think when teams at this level in a championship final, they're certainly operating on firing on all cylinders, I guess. So now, though, an opportunity here for Caitlin Pulli. She'll ask Rebecca Andrew to play this peel. Good shot by Rittenauer. He slips a little deeper than they would have liked. This rock has to curl, though.
Looks like it will just tick it to the center. Didn't quite catch enough of it.
Right in between. If they'd gotten by the guard, they would probably chip out the back one, but instead they just moved the centerline guard still on the center line. So now definitely an opportunity here for Rittenauer to put one in the top of the forefoot, biting the button. And then I think we'll see Rebecca Andrew take on a run back.
So this one is curling. They're working on keeping it straight.
Now can they get it by?
Real close.
Looks like it's all over the guard, I think.
So it's going to open up shot rock.
I think Caitlin still likes this double peel. You might be able to make this and roll your shooter into the rings.
Yeah, and it looks like that's what she's indicating on her with her broom there. So it looks like you want to catch that one stone with about half the stone, you think, Dean?
Yeah, I think about half would you catch the other one. You might have to hit it a little bit thicker than half, but half should do it. Catch the back of the hit half a rock of the guard that's closest to the center line and catch the back of the other stone. And try to roll your shooter in.
Yeah, big clearing shot.
Pulli with the brush down. Rebecca Andrew urging him on. There it is.
And a very nice shot by Rebecca Andrew, leaving their stone in front of the Brundidge stone in the full 12-foot.
Gets rid of both guards. A little unlucky that it ended up right in front of the Brundidge stone. Now Jed will guard that stone.
Yeah, they're hoping to roll just a little off to the side and open up the center as well.
Yeah, if they did a fraction thinner, it would have worked better. But a good result. Got rid of two guards. Leaves them in the top of the 12-foot. There's the Pulli stone on top of the 12-foot.
Bella Hagenbach trying to put up a guard in front of the Pulli stone.
Rock might be coming in a little closer than they would like. They don't want to line something up either.
And it has.
And they may have.
Very short. It is a double run back, but very short on the first leg of it.
The rocks are far enough apart they won't get a lot of drag, but that red is pretty. It can definitely come back onto the blue stone in the rings. Looks like Caitlin, though, is going to just... She can also just play this shot that she's trying, hit and roll into the rings on the side, and might even get lucky and graze that red stone and move it a bit.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be bad to, based on where you might hit it, that might shift it and not be on the stone anymore. This one is curling a lot and might be going now for the double run back.
What you don't want to do, though, is get stuck in between. I think they might get this.
And it is going over the top.
Missed the chisel. Would have been nice to chisel that one a little deeper. So now Isabella Hagenbaugh will try throw another guard. This one, sure she'd love to be a little higher than the last one.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a dangerous spot there. A lot of opportunities for Team Pulli. Didn't quite take advantage of it. I'm trying to...
This rock is not light either, I don't think.
No, it looks to be just about the same position, if not a little bit tighter.
Looks like it's going to settle in almost to a freeze. Stagger's not terrible, though. Definitely protects the Brundidge stone at the back of just biting the back of the forefoot.
This might be an opportunity just to jiggle things around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a...
Yep, looks like they're going to try to hit it with the out turn and sort of like backline weight and bounce that one over and bounce theirs over to the other side of the 8-foot.
Trouble with the outturn is you're going to leave the blue stone still covering. Blue stone that belongs to Brundidge will still be guarding their stone in the back of the 4-foot. If you played it with the in-turn, I think you'll, at worst, expose that stone and force Jed to play another guard. You don't have to throw it really hard.
Yeah, that was the first look at it, and they're discussing now. And they're going to throw some weight at this. They're going to throw, looks like, control weight at this.
It's like,
hair low.
I'm not sure what their weight signals are, but that looks to me like something like board.
Yep.
So they don't want to hit this too thick and just leave us another stagger there and lose their own.
Big sweep by Jason Scott.
Which is what they might end up doing here. Let's see where it goes now. They roll that one on. Might have been interesting to play that with even less weight and try to save that red. You might have even put it in a place where you could where Caitlin could slash it in.
Yeah, I think that was the first call they were looking at, Dean, and I think they aired for a what's a little safer shot to unlock that. But I kind of like that call as well, trying to just move stones around and maybe get a couple of their stones in play.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess up one with hammer, they want to trying to keep it a little simpler perhaps, but Brundidge can hit second the shot that's second stone, try to roll maybe half buried under his own, make things difficult for Team Pulli.
Yeah, the roll to the center would force a lot of start to bring the weight up and start to clear some stones around.
Yeah, it'd be not, they don't need. It'd be nice to probably show a little half of the shot, the shot that Jed is throwing, the stone that Jed is throwing. We'll update the bronze medal game. That game's now tied 4-4 after 6 ends.
And Team Jukic with the hammer in the 7th, so the last score is working to bring it to a tie.
Brundidge, this rock's curling. He doesn't like it. I think he's missed this.
Yeah, completely. It's a question of does it even hit his back one?
I think that rock picked early. Now they're trying to avoid the back one. Definitely picked early. They're looking at the rock, just the spot just outside the hog line. That's where Pulli had Caitlin Pulli's draw pick going the other direction. So
it did, yeah.
Might be a knee print or something there, but both teams looked at it, but that just started curling right out of his hand. So
yeah, and that's missed by a couple feet almost, so that makes a ton of sense. So they're debating what the call is here. It looks like they're trying to do a little hit off the top one to open up shot rock and sit second and third.
I think you want to give yourself a crack at this double here, though, because at the score, Brundidge might decide to just guard that shot rock.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they're not going after the double.
But the only thing is, if you hit and roll there, you should have a slash in both ways. But I think if you make the double, you're assured of scoring one this end, which would be big for Team Pulli. Even just one in this end.
Yeah, and with the way the stones are lined up, you could actually hit the double and roll to the outside and stick around.
Well, they might. I think that's what they're thinking, but they didn't.
Ooh.
This rock has some curling to do. Now they're going to ask Jason Scott to try to carve it over. Can he get it to go enough?
Just
going to get rid of the top one.
Well, really needs to get out of play.
Well, it just needs to be third shot.
And it is just out.
So Brundidge is not going to try put the game on the line and try to throw a guard, but he will try to hit and roll to guard. You can hit and roll, basically replace that stone.
Trying to make this as challenging a force as he can at this point. Last shot for Jed Brundidge here in the 6th end. And this one is floating.
It is. He got fooled on the last one. This, I don't think, is going to make contact.
Yeah, going to miss this stone on the outside.
Now an open hit for 2 for Caitlin Pulli. Really get a stranglehold on this game.
Yeah, that's a huge miss by Jed Brundidge. They
might have been overthinking that after the first rock picked. Or he didn't think it picked, and he thought it just curled and floated that one a bit. But that throw didn't really have a chance.
No, and that's sometimes the peril when you miss your first shot is the overcorrection on the second.
Yeah, that's what could have taken place there. But now Caitlin Pulli with her last shot of the 6th end, taking a breath. This is a big shot here. She makes this, they'll take a 3-point lead into the 7th end.
And cleaning out of her
puts
hand.
A brush down early. Looks pretty good. Looks close. Just cleaning it now. Now trying to curl it a bit more. I think it should have enough to stick around.
And it does. That's a 2-point score for Team Pulli in the 6th end to take a 3-point lead, up 6-3 on Team Brundidge. Brundidge will have the hammer in the 7th. And it's an exciting game. The Pulli team is taking advantage of the misses that the Brundidge team has made to take a 3-point lead. And
a couple of miscues there. I mean, Jed's first one, I think, definitely picked. And then his second, I believe, he just floated. I don't know if he thought maybe the first one just curled a lot, but it definitely looked like a pick to me. But anyways, he misses the second one and leaves Caitlin Pulli an easy hit for 2. She converts, and now they've got some work to do. Team Brundidge to try to have a chance to win this game coming home. They'll need to score really at least 2 here.
Yeah, and they had a question on the page on the time. So it looks like right now that Team Pulli has just a shade over 7 minutes left, and Team Brundidge with 11 and a half. Tons of time for Brundidge, and 3.5 minutes per end for Team Pulli. Not too bad. And
they still haven't used their timeout, so they have their timeout to use if they need it. But they will want to be slightly aware of that, but it's certainly comfortable.
Yeah, Jeff was just angling up and looking at the time and double checking, so always good to have clock awareness. It's always nerve-wracking when you see teams going down to the last second on their last shot.
Yeah, I played on a team that did that a lot, and of course there's some teams that like Team Cooey in Canada often has that problem. I don't think it's the best way to go, that's for sure. See John Schuster, he's one of the best clock managers. He rarely has trouble with time.
Yeah, not rushed at the end. It's always, when you see them rushing at the last end. But very few teams do more talking than the Kevin Cooey rink out of Canada right now. Nice shot by Jason Scott with his first, drawing into the 4-foot. And Team Pulli really looking for a force here, trying to grab the hammer in the last end. Team Brundidge and May Hagenbaugh trying to put a corner guard up, and nicely thrown and placed. And Jason Scott looking to repeat his first shot and put another one in the house. So on this one a little bit, but line looking pretty good. Maybe a touch heavier.
Well, I mean, the key here is to definitely doesn't want to be light. He can stack them in there is okay too. There you go.
Yeah, it's going to bump just a little bit. And they'll have 2 in the house.
Not exactly what he wanted, but not bad.
And we're just going to see a draw to the corner using their corner guard. Always like to see teams using their corner guards. And with their team needing to play some offense here, drawing behind the corner, May sit with May Hagenbaugh's second shot.
This rock looks like it has a bit of pace. Caitlin Pulli will try to sweep it out the back. I think it will go.
Does look that way.
Costly miss early.
So can't peel the corner quite yet with the 5-rock rule, so Rebecca Andrew going to try to put a stone in the top full 12 right on the center line.
I'm quite confident if Team Pulli wins here, this will be the first time a female player has skipped a team to victory in this championship.
That certainly would be a momentous occasion.
Come on, guys.
Oh, and this one looks to be running real straight here, too.
I think it's more a question of weight. They want to get it in tight, take away that pocket a bit. As long as it's top 12, it's good.
Yeah, they did get some nice curl after the hog line, and really nicely swept by Jason Scott and Jeff Pulli, bringing that exactly to where it was called.
Lots of late finish in the ice this week. Sometimes really late finish. You have to be patient as a brusher.
And with this many stones now in the house above the tee line, Team Brundidge and Cam Rittenauer need to start moving a couple of the stones around, so they go for a hit and roll off the top one, hoping to go behind their guard.
I'm going to play this with quiet weight. He's not concerned at this point about removing stones. Doesn't mind if there's red stones behind the tee line, but he needs to move some of these back.
And looks like that is going to roll at least a little bit. Not going to get under cover, be fully open there.
Still available.
So a couple different ways. First thought Caitlin was looking at was to peel the corner guard, but the other stone that's in the house is wide open right now as well.
Yeah, first instinct here is often to peel the corner guard, but if she can hit this, they'll be lying 3, and you start to run out of time for Jed Brundidge to use that corner guard, so...
I'd like to roll back to the center a little bit. And it looks like they will overroll just a hair, but setting 3 in the house still.
Yeah, good throw. Brundidge will review this situation. Jed knows it's less than ideal. I think they may need to make a play on that top red.
So with this many stones in play, I know it's still early in the end, so they might do that roll. With this many stones in play, let's say it happened again, or if it was a stone or two later, would you think about starting to freeze? Oh, they're going to go for the straight draw.
He's going to go around the corner guard, which is certainly makes sense as a call, and hope that he gets a chance to do some work on the red stones belonging to Pulli that are in the 4-foot, 8-foot, and 12-foot. So
yeah, in this position, what would be the advantage to going for the draw versus trying to even hit the stone that's in the 4-foot and trying to roll over, from your perspective?
Well, I don't know if if you're Jed Brundidge, you don't really need to be moving those red stones out of play. With this, you're trailing 6-3. Those stones could help you if you can move some of them back. One thing we don't see teams do as much anymore, they could just try to move those stones to the back of the back 8, bring them into play, build some sort of a barrier back there. I think now Caitlin's going to peel the corner guard. That is third shot, I think.
Yeah, with that one sliding to the back, I think now it looks to be
Jeff Pulli playing the inside-out intern peel.
Waiting on this one.
It's got a bit of curling to do. May have set this back a little bit.
And it looks like just a piece. And it's going to take out their top stone. So it does shift it over and removing one of the pulley stones at the top of the house, now giving Jed Brundidge and Bella Hagenbaugh a chance to do a sort of an inverted Christmas tree there on the outside.
Well, they can duck another one behind this corner guard, and then they're starting to think about making a double on those 2 stones left. Those 2 pulley stones in the back of the button and just in the 8-foot. Make a double there, and all of a sudden the 3 is in play. So a good come around here. At some point they'll be looking to make a double. They need to bury this one, though. It's got not close to the guard right now.
Yeah, so this one looking to be mostly, it is curling right at the end. And a nice finish for Bella Hagenbaugh. Looks like it's basically frozen on the back one.
So if Jeff Pulli can get almost to nose, he could leave his own shot here frozen on theirs, which would be a great result.
And with this turn, it's basically all the way open.
This one's got some curling to do as well. Uh-oh.
Looks like we might have almost the same result. And it doesn't hit anything.
And now Jed Brundidge is going to put another one back there.
Ooh, it's an untimely miss for Jeff Pulli. Now that double you were talking about is going to get more and more consequential as they put more stones in the corner.
Yeah, Brundidge not content to make the play in the double now. He's going to put another one back there. Force Caitlin to make a tough shot. She might have to be forced into some kind of draw, which is not how they we're hoping this end would go.
No, because Pulli Rink is sitting 2 with 2 just around the 4-foot, but this is getting more and more dangerous with every shot thrown to the corner. And another nice one from Bella Hagenbaugh.
This might be a little bit heavy.
So that's the call.
Hit and roll to lie 3, but they could also hit and just stick right on it. Just hit on the nose. They would leave their shot frozen to the Brundidge stone.
And it looks like that is the call. They are going for the hit. They were talking about hitting it as close to the nose as they can.
I think Jeff set both of those back a little bit off, and that right-hander with that in-turn, you're so conscious of not tipping it and getting it started, you can tend to set it back every once in a while. Big shot here for Caitlin Pulli.
Yeah, things getting a little nervy here in the 7th end.
Big shot after the comfortable end until this point. Now, trying to hold the line. Don't want to flirt with that guard. It looks pretty close.
Does look real nice. Gonna catch it right on the nose.
Ooh, no.
Ooh,
over curled.
So it must have caught the low side.
Over curled and removes only one stone, and there's the shooter rolls to 5th shot. So now Brundidge will take on this double.
And if he makes that double, yeah, they'll be ending up sitting 3.
Double to lie 3 with not an easy double back for Caitlin Pulli.
Now at that point it'd be very steep. The easier double would be on the outside and maybe rolling in. But it'd have to be a fairly low weight to stay inside the 4-foot. But let's see what Jed Brundidge does with his first.
Looks close.
Yeah, camera around it hard.
Is it going to curl too much?
It is.
It does. So only gets rid of one, and now a chance for Caitlin Pulli to play on the 2nd or 3rd and 4th shot, even if she just hits in 6er. What she has to be careful of is not leaving a double back here for Brundidge.
Yeah, and this double in the back is definitely there, and as long as the weight's not too heavy, it looks like you can roll into the forefoot as well.
So you roll into the forefoot. You could also just roll to be shot underneath the corner guard. But what you'd really like to do is at least make sure she's first and third after this. First and second would be great.
Big shot for Caitlin Pulli, trying to bring this end back.
They're on it early. They're going hard for the double. It's close. Can Rebecca Andrew hold it? That over curls too.
And it's going to over curl, and it's going to leave Team Brundidge now sitting.
Brundidge has a short run for three here.
Yeah, another one that over curled there.
Needed to save the shooter there, so we're heading towards having a tie game coming home.
We saw in both of the semifinals earlier today.
So Brundidge with a short run back to score 3 and tie this game up. Playing this probably just with board weight.
Need to catch this on the high side.
Ooh, this rock's curling.
And Cam Rittenauer on it very early.
Working hard now. It's close. I think it's really close to making it.
And it looks like it's really
perfect.
Nice. And that's going to be a score of 3 for Jed Brundidge in the 7th end to tie the game at 6. Team Pulli having the hammer in the 8th end. So a bit of a rough end for Team Pulli there. A couple of consequential misses by Caitlin Pulli with those over curls on the hits. And now they need to regroup and play a clean end in the last.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key here is to regroup and say, well, we are tied playing the 8th end with hammer. So if you said at the start of the game that's a position you could have, you might like, but certainly not happy about how that went. It was, Jeff Pulli missed 2 in the high side, and then Caitlin Pulli had 2 that over curled. So have to shake that off.
Yeah, they had set up real nice before those shots, and now when you're missing, at least half shots for the last 4 shots, it puts you in a tough spot. So we're going to see, Team Brundidge going full out for a steal here. So we're going to try to put up a May Hagemon going to put up a guard. So if you're trying to put up 2 guards, do you like putting up the tight one first, Dean, or do you like putting up the high one first?
I think it's really just personal preference. I think I tend to like the tight one first, but some teams too will judge it out of hand and decide whether they're going to leave it high or tight. Better to have it in your head what you think it's going to be. This rock has a bit of pace, but it looks like this will be the tight guard. You want to make sure it's really tight.
It looks like it's curling really nice to the center.
That's well done.
Nice throw by May Hagenbaugh.
They're going to try the tick again here. Caitlin Pulli is going to ask Jason Scott to play this tick.
Yeah, so as we've seen the tick game improve over the years, the last end is defined by ticks. If you get 2 guards and you start with 2 ticks, you have a very good chance of having an open shot for your last.
Next year, this shot might not be available. We'll see.
Yeah, there's some big sweep here for Rebecca Andrew, trying to get a piece of it.
I don't think it's going to come up enough.
It's not.
Jason may have overthrown that a bit.
Yeah, that looks like it was almost board weight. You need to drop that just a little bit to
Most
grab
of
a
the
piece
teams
of it.
nowadays throw that shot with back 12 or even back 8 weight.
Yeah, because even if that did touch, that might have popped it out of play.
Yeah, you would have had to hit that really thin to not put it out of play.
Well, and this gives May Hagenbaugh a chance to get their high guard placed.
The mood in the room here is a little more tense than it was about 15 minutes ago.
Yes, it is. You're not kidding. We had a bit of a jubilant mood and an end that was going, definitely swinging Team Pulli's way through the first half of the end. And now we're at two guards put up by May Hagenbaugh. Nice shots. And Team Pulli drawing behind with this with Jason Scott's second, trying to get into the 4-foot early. Oh, and this one looking tight.
Looks like it's on the guard. They might at least maybe have enough to play the tick this time.
Oh, this one.
No, it's close.
Real
Can
close.
they get it there?
They have got it by.
They got it by now. How deep can they get it? Not quite deep enough.
Yeah, so they actually ended up putting up a third guard for Team Brundidge, giving Cam Rittenauer a chance to draw behind a triple stagger out front.
Yeah, and if he makes this, pressure will be on Rebecca Andrew to make some kind of double or triple peel.
There's no voting.
That's why when they were saying earlier.
So big shot here. Set the tone for the rest of the end for Cam Rittenauer.
The Hagenbaugh sisters think this has plenty of weight. They haven't touched it yet. Now the weight will come off now, though.
Starting to break.
Once it starts to curl, the weight will come off now. It's a question of how close can they get it. Did they wait too long?
And it's just in the top of the 8-foot, but it did get at least...
fully buried, but just half in the 8-foot, so...
And as you talked about, Dean, we're going to see Rebecca Andrew throw some peels and try to grab at least a couple of these stones.
Yeah, if she can get some action on that second group. Uh-oh. This rock has to curl a bit.
Oh, no. And it... a little bit of a lucky break catching the stone that's in the house and bouncing it out, but doesn't catch any of the guards and giving Cam Rittenauer a chance to sink one in even a little bit tighter.
A couple of problems here that the draw of Jason Scott that came up short isn't actually in a position that Caitlin can use it on her last one. So they really need to get some, no matter where this shot of Rittenauer's go, they're going to need to get some action on these guards with the next one.
Yeah, need to get...
This rock's curling hard early.
Yeah, they're on this early trying to hold it. Looks like that is all over the guard.
Rittenauer might wind up making a sort of peel for Team Pulli, so that's definitely a huge break.
It does group together the guards around the center line.
Well, there's a real opportunity here for a double peel. It's a pretty straight up double peel on those two blue stones. Now we'll at least free up the red guard as well in case Caitlin needs to use that. Yeah.
And they're on this one.
We're on it early. Now it's starting to curl.
It is looking real nice. And going to catch that and tap theirs into the back of the house. And it's going to stick in the back 12.
Bit unlucky.
Yeah, I think they were hoping to catch that angle a little bit different on catching the back one there.
Bit unlucky. Left a blue guard. Blue stone belonging to Jed Brundidge is just off center line. Push theirs to the back where it's second shot. So
a lot better position than they were before. Now with only one guard out front.
Only one guard out front, but it's certainly one that Bella Hagenbach can use here.
And they're trying to hold this one for line. The weight's looking okay.
Actually, the line looks really good. Brundidge urging his teammates on to get it as deep as they can. He wants it full 4-foot.
And a great sweep by May Hagenbaugh and Cam Rittenauer to bring that into the full 8-foot. And we're going to see that same double, trying to hit that over the top double. And Jeff Pulli with his first.
Good chance if he does make contact, stone in the top 8-foot jams on the red stone at the back of the 12-foot, but that won't really matter. He wants to get action on both of these, though.
Jason Scott on this
early. This is curling hard. Now they might just get the straight double.
He's doing a great job holding it. Looks like he's going to get
Big
it.
shot.
And over the top.
Huge shot from Jeff Pulli.
That opens up the house.
Huge shot.
Ended up taking 3 shots with a missed peel, and then 2 great shots from Rebecca Andrew and then Jeff Pulli to open up the house. That's what happens when you have that big weight and you're able to get some precision on those shots.
Yeah, great throw. Big shot. Now, Brundidge is going to try to guard his stone over in the... Might show the outside of this stone, his stone that's in the top of the 8-foot. At this point, he's thinking that he might end up just hoping that he can force Caitlin to have to make a draw.
And that's
full 8-foot. That's just off the sheet, though. Now, Jeff Pulli with a chance to clean things up a little bit more.
Yeah, but to be honest, I'm a little surprised they're guarding that stone and not putting a center back up.
Well, he didn't want to guard. He was trying to show just the outside of that one. Team Pulli's going to call a timeout. He was trying to show just the outside of it, so it was close to the center line guard, and then in his last one, he could draw a piece of the 4-foot, force Caitlin to draw full 4 with her last.
And give a little update over on the other game going on with Team Workin and Team Jukic. Looks like Team Workin is down 2 in the last with the hammer. So Team Jukic up 6-4.
And Jukic is lying 1 at the back of the button. Workin has second shot, biting the button. They're trying to line up a thin double.
Yeah, so over here on our feature sheet in the championship game of the USA Mixed Curling Nationals, trying to decide what the shot is for Jeff to throw. Whether this is a hit and roll or a straight peel or what the call is.
Yeah, if they are going to stick around, they need to make sure they don't leave it in a spot that helps Jed Brundidge. Certainly a nose hit here wouldn't be the greatest. Wouldn't be terrible, but Jeff Pulli, in turn, threw a good one on his first. Does he have another good one on his here?
Rebecca Andrew on it early. Looks like that is going to be just nose.
Nose. Good shot. Brundidge can use that, but it's going to be tough.
Because they have to, at this point, they're obviously going to need to sit shot at this juncture.
Brundidge is going to use his corner guard. It's a high corner guard. He's going to have to be fairly precise to be shot rock with this.
It needs to sit at least, looks to be about 3/4 in the 8-foot, and you could do that and be fully buried, it looks like, or pretty close to fully buried.
Yeah, he can get shot and be fully buried, but it, certainly will leave the entire 8-foot if Caitlin Pulli needs it on her last draw. You might see her peel the guard if he makes this really good.
Yeah, and if we saw that plan work out, then you'd likely see Brundidge trying to draw to the top 8 and force a draw into the 4-foot.
Yeah, make the final draw a little tougher.
So a big shot for Jed Brundidge. Really needs to be shot here behind the corner guard. He looks to be about 3/4 into the 8-foot.
Line looks pretty good. It has some curling to do, but it should start to curl. It's not curling much yet, though. Now, can they get it there?
Looks to be light. And that is going to be out of the house.
Caitlin Pulli will peel that stone.
So straight peel here. I don't see there being a lot of danger, but it definitely could hit their stone on the other side.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you hit it thick enough that you go over the top of your own, but it's not the end of the world if you clip your own on that side, but you'd like to save that and make Jed's last one difficult, or as difficult as possible. Caitlin Pulli trying to make this out-turn peel.
Jason Scott on.
Looks pretty good now. They're trying to work it, carve it over. It's close.
Yeah, it does look pretty nice.
Doesn't want to hit it too thin.
Is going to hit theirs back a little bit.
Got a little bonus there.
Yeah, and there's really nothing to hide beside now, and now Jed Brundidge needs to hit this stone.
Yeah, now he can't actually bury behind the corner guard and be shot.
So he's looking to hit and roll behind the double corner. Needs to be full 12 foot to hit and roll underneath here.
So Brundidge, his last shot of the game.
Yep.
I'm pretty confident this end won't be blanked.
Yep, it looks like needs a roll, needs to stick around.
2022 USA Curling Mixed Fours Nationals. Brundidge shot on the way.
Cameron now are on it hard now, trying to hold this one.
He had one float here before. Now is this close?
And it is a nice shot, leaving it at least a chunk open, but it is sitting shot on the corner of the 8 foot, leaving a draw. It needs to be full 8 or better for Caitlin Pulli with her last.
Certainly makes it made it difficult, Jed Brundidge. Caitlin Pulli put the broom down quickly. She knows she's got to draw full 8. Full 8 with the in-turn. Well, you couldn't have asked for a much more exciting final. Coming down the last shot here, tied up. Caitlin Pulli, big breath in the hack. Sweeper's feeling this one. In-turn draw, it's on the way. Uh-oh, the sweepers look like they think it's
on
light.
it early, real early.
Now, can they get it there? Can they get it there? They're on it early.
Big shot.
They're going to have to go. They're going to have to go. They're going to have to go. I think they got it there. I think it's there.
It's looking real close.
Crazy.
And they have. Shot right to the button for Caitlin Pulli to win the USA Mixed National Championships for Team Rochester. They were on that one early, made a great read, and got it right into right to the top of the button.
Really excited out there for this team. Great effort by both teams. The young kids on Brundidge's rink with Cam Rittenauer. Caitlin Pulli, the first female skip to win the USA Curling Mixed Fours. Very exciting. Terrific game. We had terrific games all day here. Meanwhile, it looked like Andy Jukic picked up the bronze medal over on sheet 1. But boy, that was an exciting game. Chris, thanks so much for letting me jump in here this last few games. Yeah, and I think we're going to go out and give out some trophies and medals.
Sounds good. I'm going to turn on the overhead so everybody can hear the medal ceremony on the broadcast if you want to stick around for that. And appreciate everybody tuning in to the U.S. Mixed Nationals here at the Rochester Curling Club, brought to you by the 1210 Sports Network. And thanks to Dean, and really a great pleasure for me to broadcast these games.
And just last thing I'll note again, thanks again to the Rochester Curling Club for serving as the venue host. Done a terrific job all week. I'm going to make my way out to the ice to hand out the hardware a little bit, and hope we can be back again here sometime, Chris.
All right, thanks so much, Dean, and appreciate everybody who tuned in and listened. I'm going to turn off the microphones, and hopefully you can hear the medal ceremony out on the ice.
Like, why? Why? What is your problem?
There was a collision almost. You've been out here for hours.
I'm good. Somebody to ask her.
Well, anywhere you can see, I guess.
Okay.
I just have to be near the microphone. Ready? Good evening and welcome to the medal ceremonies for the 2022 USA Curling's Mixed Championship. A warm Rochester welcome to Dean Gemmel from USA Curling. Thank you to Dean for his presence and to all of our competitors this week. Now on to our bronze medal winners! From Team Minnesota, lead Lexi Lanigan. Second, Ryan Mellinger. Vice skip, Sarah Lehman. Skip, Andy Jerkin. Jukic, sorry Andy, Jukic. And their coach. All right, I can't see these people in my way. We got it.
You can sit right here.
I just got to be under the microphone.
Okay.
And now their coach, Miss Mary Shields. Let's hear it again for our bronze medal winners. Now on to our silver medal winners from Team Illinois. Their lead, Miss May Hagenbutt. She got her medal yet? Their second, Cameron Rittenauer. Their vice skip, Isabella Hagenbach. And their skip, Jed Brundidge. And a special thanks to Kate Hagenbach for her assistance throughout the week and their coach. Let's hear it again for Team Illinois! Now, ladies and gentlemen, a special warm welcome from the home team, Rochester, New York. The USA champions for this national
Good thing we were up by 3. That's all I have to say.
You made it exciting.